Okay, audio check. 1, 2, 3. All right, seems good. Then let's get started. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is the stream of the Discourager of Hesitancy. We are building a game with no game engine and minimal dependencies. So basically, we're writing as much code as we can to do the job. We are kind of past the main development body of work, and we're in the, I guess, the refinement phase where we are going to lay things out in their final positions, prepare templates to do our final artwork over, which will let us readdress all of the animations, make sure they all line up and the layouts all work. Simple word deduction game. So we've been doing art probably in all of the wrong ways, where I don't do art, so I'm doing it lots of coding and math to escape having to do much art. But we're getting the layout finalized, and that's what matters. So if we take a look at where we are, build, debug, word sleuth. Here's what the game looks like. This is our crappy programmer art. There we go, something like that. And we want to get much better layout with something like what we're doing over here. So instead of like numbers and letters on the table, we've got actual books. Things are at least consistent in their perspective of a 45-degree orthographic view. The blocks all fit on the shelf. The books fit on the shelf technically, but we've got to break that up. So that's on our list today. And that's kind of where we're at. So if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we are going to jump into some Gimp Python foo, which we stumbled around at yesterday, taking a look. JTL, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Another day in the corp. You're not in the corp. You're free. You're a free man. Oh, a line from Aliens. That's why I didn't get it. Did I ever see Aliens? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a. Yeah, okay. Oh, oh man. Let me think. I think my incense went out. Just a moment. Okay, I'm back. The actual code is another glorious day in the corpse. Ah. Well, you can't win them all. It's probably close enough for somebody that's actually watched it. Okay. So to the Gimp foo, we have some. We have some script there. Exporting the PNG is not really my hard problem here. Okay. What we discovered is we don't have a way to read the console from a Gimp console print, I don't think. I'd like to, but not sure we do. Yes, the console, blah, blah, blah. Unbelievable. So what we need to do then is write to a file. We're going to fully qualify this to no, maybe not. Maybe do this. Maybe do okay. os.path join of the image name, project name. That's a directory. We're going to join the active projects with our project name. I don't remember now. I think you can have as many things in here as you want. So let's see, test thing and stuff. Okay, let's put them all together. So the project name and tools, I guess, is where we'll output. UVs.text. We'll open up our output path in write text mode. We're just gonna see if we can make this pop up. Oh wow, bots are up early today. Or maybe it's an East Coast bot. Okay. One thing that would be nice. Gimp. Ooh. Is that we copy the export GIMP UVs into our plugins. Remember to restart GIMP. Now we can make a file. Oops. It's not what I wanted. It's okay. It'll be fine. GIMP foo. Okay, so in theory that's there. Now if we go over to GIMP, whatever that is, and if I close it, bring it back up, not the most convenient perhaps, but you know, if we get this tool written up, we have a lot of other cool things we can do in GIMP if we can script it. Okay, so there it is. File, export. It's not there. Oh dear. Okay. Okay, projects. Word Sleuth. Tools. All right, so then we have to check it. So if we go to C users, the dough, app data roaming, GIMP 2.1, plugins. This script looks like what we did. Image name, project name, asset directory. Hmm. Okay, and check the one that's in plugins. And our choices in it. So we need to restart Gimp again. So I don't see it in my menu right now. Huh. I don't see it, so I don't know what that means. Hmm. Perhaps it means there's an error. To the Gimp. So let's see the window. So let's see here. Maybe there's a error console. I don't see anything in the error console. Hmm. Let's see. Gimp food register. Hmm. Oh, Gimp message. Is that a thing? Okay. One thing. So Gimp, oops, message. Okay. I don't need this up here anymore. We do need to reboot our Gimp. Although there's surely there's a way to update the plugins without rebooting all of Gimp. What are the chances? So let's bring up the error console, which is empty. Um, just don't see it. Where is there? Surely Python update extensions or plugins. This was working yesterday. Well, was it working? It was at least registering. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, let's try this then. Forcing. Okay. No module found. So I don't have a syntax error. I have a syntax warning. 32. Gotta put the comment in. And then reboot my GIMP. Oh, this is gonna get a little bit old. Well, the GIMP had like a refresh plugins method somewhere. That would be handy. Somebody should tell them. Okay, so it's there. I have an error console. It needs an image. Global name GIMP message is not defined. Interesting. Okay. Hey, that's progress. Things showed up. Cool. message, surely. Gimp. Okay. Okay. So if all of your documentation never says where a method is defined, maybe it's not very. Sheesh. Unbelievable. Mentioned once there. It's mentioned once here. Okay, somebody. It's a pdb.gimp message. I don't know how you're supposed to know which one. We're gonna figure this out, even if the documentation is crap. One way or another. So we're too stubborn to let it go. Hello world. Okay, we got something in the console. We can see stuff now. Woot. I think that's what the cool kids said like a decade ago. Oh, okay. Oh, and I'm only showing Emacs, so you haven't been able to see anything I've done. Okay. Except for the code. Now this is the important thing. pdb.gimp message is the key. So in here where we put our little helper codes. Today. Gimp Python foo script to export to write UV image data derived from layer information. Notes. Okay. So that's what's in progress. Then we have this. If we have the error console up, it'll pop up in there. Output file. Path. Write out the image name, doesn't really matter. We just want to make sure it works. Okay. Since we're going to be going back and forth, we're going to switch things a little bit. Then we can open Gimp over and over again today. Open recent. We have the error console here. So when we click the button, we get a little pop-up. Boom. Warning output file. Why is it always a warning? But that's where it's writing to. So we should be able to open that up in Emacs. So let's copy that. Image, whatever. Okay. Cool. So I think we're on the right path. The export complete. Okay, now in our journal, we took some notes. We did do that yesterday. We're going to add some things to our to-do. Texture, packer in Gimp, Python, foo. We'll just lay it out ourselves for now. But it would be really cool if we could run a script saying, yeah, pack this texture, and it would just do it. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Meanwhile, we have the image. These are things we need. Okay. Is there a way to ask if a layer is empty? Let's just go through all the layers real quick. Let's just make this simple. Layers. Export layers equal the empty list. There we go. For each layer in layers, get the length of the layer. And basically we want to print out oh, let's see. There's so many different ways we could do this. hit layer info. We're just going to do something real simple to start with. Then we can expand into the function above. Okay. Okay, layer, given the, wow, layer.name, the size, layer.width, layer.height, if layer.children, not how many children, good afternoon, Dravest. Doing well, finally getting some traction on this Gimp plugin at last. There it is, children. So we need the size, we need the number of children, and export layers for layer, get the info. So it's just going to log things for now at the top level. Position. So we've added a rule to our make file to copy the file into Gimp world for us. And then we have to restart Gimp every time to try it out. And we're using the error console. There's a way to get messages in there. So we're going to bring up our image and click our script, export UVs from layers. An error occurred. Oh, children. Oh, that's okay. Well, that's bad formatting. But the layer book sets does have a size. Is there a way to ask if a layer is empty, like there's nothing in it? Because I think you can. Let's just try it. Put one layer under another layer? No. Okay. Okay, so that's not too bad. We can work with this. Nice, nice. And how are you doing, Dravest? What's new today? Journal. Okay. So the layer has children. We do one thing because the position and size don't matter if you have children. Okay. So that's one item. Okay. Okay. Thing. Hey, look, there's a bunch of images. Or at least, so there's our output file. Layer book sets, children for layer notebooks, children for. I want to do multi-line printing. I think that's going to serve us better. There we go. Every layer now will just write its own thing. Okay, so that's all wonderful and happy. So what we really want to do now is gather layers, gather visible layers from the layer. Visible layers. Okay, so what we want to do is say for, let's see here. Result equals a list. Turn the result. For each layer in layer list, if layer dot is visible, if layer dot children result plus equals gather visible layers from layer dot children. Otherwise, result dot append this layer. Okay, so what that should do, if I'm guessing right, is instead of getting book sets, we should get book set one, book set two, book set three, and book set four. Instead of getting notebooks, we should get notebook. And the names of these layers are going to start mattering here in a minute. 2, notebook 3, notebook 4. The letter block is all on its own. It's not actually grouped. The bookshelf. Book set 1, 2, 3. Oh, book blue, green, orange. Okay. Notebook. That's fine. What we should do there. Okay. Which means those have to be changed in the same. Okay. But that's fine. Okay, but that's what we're renaming these. So bookshelf. And we want these names to be usable here. Oh, God. Center panel. Right panel. Bottom panel. Shelf. And top panel. There we go. Oops. Okay. So that should give me a list of all the layers we have to export UV information for. So we're going to get layer info for each layer. This should be fully recursive. We can have things pretty well nested and it'll still crank out the right things. Okay. So run that. Restart Gimp again. So it should be a very recognizable list of items. Run our script. Scene elements 1. Okay. So we have book set 1, 2, 3, 4. We have notebook 1, 2. Oh, we didn't change those names, did we? That's blue. It's probably more descriptive anyways. Green. Orange. And yellow. Pretty sure those are the names. Blue, green, orange, yellow. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So we got the notebooks, 1, 2, 3, 4. Letter block. What are we actually calling that in here? Just block. Okay. Okay, so we got the block. Bookshelf left, center, right, bottom. the shelf. Yep, I agree. Top panel. Export complete. Yeah. Okay. So that's piece number one. We've gathered the ones we actually care about. Okay. So we need name equals layer dot name. We need xy equals layer dot offsets. W equals layer dot width and height. So we mostly don't need that. Then we basically want to create this and then these. If layers give it two space. Ooh, let's see. We could align things nicely, and we probably should, but we'll start for cheating. That's how we do. Not worried about formatting just yet. Oops. Name. No. Image name. Image name. There we go. X, Y, width, height. I think that's it. That should basically do what we want. Otherwise, we don't need to do anything. Well, it's not quite correct. Let's put this inside the if as well. Message. No layers found to gather UV data. No valid layers found. We can explain later if we need to. Okay. Export complete modulus D UVs. Should be equal to the number of layers. No UVs exported or exported. Either way, we know it's done. Okay, anything else we need in here? All right. Once you get a little traction with something like this, it's not that bad, really. So now, we open up our file, we run the export, and this is called scene, let's see here, scene elements 1. Oops. Paste. This is in the word sleuth output directory. Oops, need to change that label. Operation on a closed file. Oh. Okay. With the open file. There we go. Oh. Let's see here. Image path equals our asset directory. With image name. Okay. All right, we'll try it again. What this lets us do is we can lay out anything any way we want, anywhere we want, and then immediately export all the UVs. So if we shuffle one thing and it makes everything else shuffle around. We can just immediately get all the UVs updated, no problem. As long as we name our layers consistently. Exported 15 UVs. So we should be able to find tools. I don't remember what it was called. Oh, UVs. There we go. So this should replace that. Because instead of the bookshelf, oh, okay, so some things we could do. We could sort by name. I could swear we renamed that. Apparently it didn't take. We renamed those didn't take either. But these ones did. Interesting. All right, a couple of quality of life improvements then. Let's go here. Yeah, it did not take the names. So notebook 1, blue, green, orange, yellow. not letter block, but just plain old block. Save. Okay, that's part number 1. Quality of lives. Here we go. Sorted layers where the key equals lambda L. I don't remember the syntax anymore. I think it's just L dot name. Python lambdas. Lambda variable list colon whatever is returned automatically. Okay. Okay, so that should work. So I should sort them by name. Let's run that one. And if we're happy with that, so we need to reload our plugin. Then we want to like do some alignment helping here on a per image basis is fine. Okay, we run it. Scene elements 1. Okay. And this should be it. Assets, images, scene elements 1. Okay. Block. Book set 1, 2, 3, 4. Bookshelf panels. And 4 notebooks. So that all looks good to me. Last piece. Alignment. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns that matter. Okay. I'm gonna change this. Message equals everything is super indented. There we go. Okay. Okay. And layer dot name. We'll sort it once because we're going to use it twice. For each layer in layers. Longest layer name, longest layer width, height, PHP, I think it's from 0. layer X and Y. Okay. For each layer in layers, if the length of layer.name is greater than our max layer name, max layer name equals length of layer.name. So we're going to iterate through every layer and find out what the longest one is. So if they're all, x aligned 0, then it'll be 1, right? If length okay. If the length of for x, y, for width and height mentally layer dot offsets x is greater than max layer x. Okay. Layer dot width. There we go. We'll go through every single one, finding the longest that each one will be in their column. Then we make a format string. Format equals UV rectangle modulus let's see, modulus D S. So the first modulus becomes a modulus. This modulus D format D becomes an integer, which we are going to pass in, which is our max layer name. And then all the other ones. So max layer X, max layer Y, max layer width, max layer height. Parentheses, modulus, D. Thinking through format strings is fun. 2, 3, 4, parentheses. Okay, we should have a string format D, and these can be, yeah. We might put a negative sign in here. We'll just see what it looks like. Let's see, plus equals format. Just so we can see what it looks like. Okay, let's see what that, oops. Okay. As far as I can tell, there's not really a better way to format a string so that all the columns are same width. All right, open, and it's broken. It didn't come up. Shoot. All right. Message plus equals. We didn't properly end things. Okay. 55. Okay, now we bring up Gimp. Okay. Now when we export this, we should get a format string. Select scene elements 1. Okay. Format is over here. UV rectangle modulus 21S modulus 3D 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. That looks fine to me. So where we do this right, we just give it our format. Like I said, we may have to do negative numbers in here in a place or two, but that's fine. Okay. All right, bring back up the Gimp. We'll see what it outputs. So we get a recent thing. 1, 2, 3, scene elements 1. Okay, ostensibly it's there. UVs reload. Okay, actually, I want the string to have a negative number so that it left aligns instead of right aligns, but I do want the numbers right aligned, so that's good. And the main issue is what? Not sure why that didn't align properly. These should all be that. As should this one. It's as though this Y wasn't correctly computed, the width. We'll take a look at that as well. Where we put this modulus D here, it's negative. So it looks like X, Y, oh, here's one. So there's one issue. File, sure, why not? Doesn't matter. Restart Gimp. Run it, make sure that it all lines up correctly, and that might just be it for this script. Maybe. Or enough for now. Run it. Scene elements 1. Reload this. Oh, look at that. It's beautiful. Everything lines up. And this is just droppable straight in here. Oh, that's so much easier than what we were doing before with guides and measuring things with the mouse cursor. Beautiful. We can lay out things arbitrarily now. Good. All right. Time for a quick restroom break. And We'll be right back. Okay, so arbitrary UV layouts now completely done is awesome. So let's save our work there. It's now a Gimp Python food script that takes visible terminal layers and writes out their UVs for use in images.txt. Let me think. Oh, we should run it. Oh, we should not run it. We broke the bookshelf. We can't put that back together yet. Okay. Because I have a few directions we could go at this point. So that's what we have. And talk about the options. Because this will not build. Okay. Gimp Python foo to export UVs from XCF layer. Wow, that is not XCF layers. Okay, now the options. We could do a couple of things. Integrate. What's it called? Inkscape into asset pipeline. Integrate Gimp into asset pipeline. So what do I mean by that? I mean, when I go to my top level make file, one of the things I do is I build in the tools directory so that it generates these executables, and then it goes into the source directory and builds that. But it also just runs these, right? So basically, if we want to, we can add steps in here that run Inkscape with no UI and executes our script in multiple ways or multiple times, or like I should be able to launch a script from Inkscape with no GUI and have it generate all of those images from scratch. Right before here, right? I should be able to do the same thing with Gimp. I should be able to say, hey Gimp, pop up a new image, or pop up the existing image, delete all the layers, and here's where you get your layer information. Lay it out, and then export that as PNG. I should be able to do all of that without the Gimp UI either, I think. Then, when this runs, oh, and that's a good question. Let's see. So in images, this is the big one. This one will be similar. We can treat it the same because it also has this breakdown, and these UVs can be exported. So these two could be fully scriptable as is. If I have a PNG, I should just be able to dump these in like this. We've been using GBZ. The coins would go away. Buttons. Oh, buttons. So these wouldn't have an Inkscape step. So the question is, can I write a Python script that does all of that? That generates layers from Inkscape, imports them into Gimp, and exports all of our UV information and the final PNG. Then this one, these images have nothing for it to do. We don't need this. This we could mostly automate. No, we can't automate that very well. Unless we make each of these little rectangles a layer, which is, we could do that, because then this would be automatic. So that's one thing I'm thinking about, is making a script here that just cranks out every last step from scratch, freshly generates everything. Is that a thing we want to do? Because right now that's not the top priority. I think our top priority, well, let's see here. Just to put the bookshelf back together, huh? Okay, so let's go to our journal. We may retackle this into in the in-between times. And these could be very cool tech, actually. I have another tech idea I've been toying with. Tech, better project manage. Let's see here. Resurrect Igor. This is a task that I know about. I've got this little project management tool I started on and got distracted away from. But I'm thinking the asset pipeline needs to be in a separate repo from our actual code. And this project management might be the right place to do that. Okay, so yeah, let's not get distracted by cool things. We got to get things back to working here. Rebuild the book. All right, all right. Too many cool things you can do in code, I'm afraid. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because an asset pipeline can be very powerful. We could do Blender scripts. Pretty sure that Blender and Gimp can all be run with no UI and Inkscape, so that could play right into the way I like to work. But we're not there yet, so don't worry about it. So the bookshelf. Sandboxing. Shelf. We're gonna take this out. Mm. So that's gonna go away. We're gonna leave the shelf where it is for now. Thing is laid out relative to it. And we're just not gonna render it. Okay, so let's try that. Clean debug. Everything and debug. Okay. I think it would be nice if the asset pipeline code and scripts and utilities and tools we write are separated from my game code in a different repo. We got to get this project done. Can't get distracted. We write it in a to-do list and move on. Unless it becomes obvious that it will save us a lot of time sooner rather than later. Well, shoot. Oh. Let me put that back in. Notebook blue. Really? That's not a thing? Book blue. Book. Book. Why are they called book? And it doesn't have the bookshelves in it. It just has this shelf. So image warehouse was, oh, it was not invoked. That's true. Okay, so 3D tools bin, embed PNGs. The UVs are not applied until we embed the new PNG. Okay. All right, rebuild. So if we build up these tools well, our next project will just have tools to use. It'll be great. It'll be efficient. Or something. Okay. Boom. Hmm. Okay. I think I know what's going on here. I have to go to this Gimp here and export as scene elements 1. Okay. That done. Bed. Images. And come back. Okay, then one last time. Something. Okay. Not bad. It's not even 2 hours in yet. Oh, since suffix. Huh? Consistency with our naming. Do this. Doesn't matter. Build is done. And everything is right back where we expect, except for the bookcase, which is fine. So good. Our new UV layout completely worked. Okay. Minor updates and testing of new UV export functionality. Boom, done. Okay, so the bookshelf. We gotta put the bookshelf together. Okay. M_shelf. Bottom panel. Top panel. Left. Right. And center. A shelf. And a color quad, M_shelf back panel. Whew, okay. Yeah, this shelf just got a lot more complicated. Because we're doing bottom, left. Let's just put them in some order. The rest of this will be very iterative, I'm afraid. All right. to do fix bookshelf. Okay, so we're not rendering the shelf. But this has to be the first thing. We need the back panel. We got the shelf X, we got the shelf Y. Set color. Which was the very dark. Set the rectangle to shelf X plus shelf extrude width. Shelf Y doesn't matter. Well, I mean it's already at the height. And the what is it, shave shelf? Okay. Shelf width minus shelf extrusion width. Shelf height minus shelf extrusion height. So that puts the color and it puts it on the screen where the bookshelf would be. Woohoo! This will be fun. Cheap viewers. Why would anybody want something cheap? The best things in life are built by hard work. Who wants shortcuts? I want to become a multi-millionaire by building my own gaming empire here. That's what we're going to do. I want to go get so big that all of my morals are purchased for too much money, and then I can sell everything to people who don't care with big corporate sponsors and boards, and then they can run my game into the ground. That's what happens to most of them. Forget that they're a gaming company. We were so close. Okay, sandbox. Do we have a dark rectangle? We do. And it's in about the right place. Good. Now we lit up the bottom panel. Dot set texture. Image warehouse asset. Which will be scene elements 1. Then we set the UV UV key to shelf bottom panel. Oh. It would be nice to get the UV size information out, which we've already run into once. Mm-hmm. So there we are. That's the algorithm. We get the size of the image, we get the UVs for the image, and we only need the two corners. And by convention, we start at the top left and go around clockwise. And since y-axis is inverted, we do this a little bit backwards of what we would expect. It's not backwards of what we would expect. It's exactly what we would expect if we remember that our y is inverted. So yeah, we need to do this. This is too useful not to have in here. Okay, blah, blah, blah. This is like a general use function, so UV. Print out file. One of these days, and I'm pretty sure we have this as a list already in our to-dos, to move away from the static class and move it into a namespace. UV size. Float width. Float height. And also do all this in a code snippet way. All right, so after apply UVs, we do need a UV key. Okay, so what we need are I mean, our UV, our image width and height. Oh. Is that true? I need to figure out which asset this UV belongs to. Oof, okay. We need to compute asset from UV key. Oh, we can cheat to start with. Asset. Scene elements 1. Image width equals widths with the width, we get the height. We need the UVs themselves. These are needed. Floats. Yes, floats. Float UVs, pointer UVs equals m square UVs plus static cast integer of the UV that we passed in. That's the idea there. That the contents of width gets assigned, and the contents of height get assigned. So U1 is 0, 1, 2. UV's at 2 minus U0. UV's at 0. Height is the image height times V2. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. UV's 5 minus V0, which is 1. That's basically it. Except we need to compute which offset the UV belongs to. Which isn't that hard. Basically walking through each asset, asking for between this and where it ends until we find one that matches our range. That's basically it. Wow, bots are really active today. Good heavens, 3 in a row. Okay. Okay. So it starts at 0. It goes up to error. While UV index. Okay. U1 minus U0. U1 minus U0. V2 minus V0. Okay, that's very good. Well, this thing is greater than UV index, or that's an index. You know what? I think we're overthinking this. Since the UV is valid, okay. So until we pass the start index, well, the start index is less than the UV index. Well, I think that's it. Do we ever use asset? I don't think we do. We just use the asset index. Okay. So find our asset index. We get our width and our height. We get our UVs. And then we compute the width and the height. Okay, so let's try that. Target embed PNGs. Let's see, where were we? That was in okay. This one. Lastly, in sandbox, right here. We'll do this. Book set width. Book set height. Image warehouse. Get UV size of our UV key. Into book set width and book set height. And then book set width equals the renderer scaled version of the same value. Same with height. See, that makes more sense. We declare that we have these two things. We get the size from our UV key, and then we scale it according to the screen values. Assuming we did everything right. bottom panel. Temp width, temp height. Oh, interesting. By default, it's okay. So now we have a bottom panel. Oh, for Pete's sake. Temp width. Shelf, bottom panel, set rectangle. Shelf X. Shelf Y minus shelf height. So let's go to the bottom of the shelf and then add in rectangle dot height. Move up a little bit. Then shelf width. Oh. Temp height. And the width should be the shelf width. Assert temp width is equal to shelf width. Okay. All right. I think that function will be very, very handy. Because in the bookshelf, we really don't want to. Oh, oops. Oof, 121 megabytes of text. That's awkward. We're gonna have to shrink that down one of these days. See, that's ridiculous. Anything else? Oh, temp H. There we go. Image W. Oh. Okay. We've got semicolon. This image warehouse is getting huge. I hate to look at our binary output this week. We've added a lot of images. Oh. Full rebuild. I forgot to do a clean. Okay. Slowly putting things together. Because we're going to need somewhat similar functionality for the other panels where we get the width and the height from the UV. Huh. They are not the same. Now I have to wonder how far apart they are. Oh. From UV. Width from shelf. No, I'm just curious. Boom. Well, those widths are different. Something's happened. Width from shelf. Hmm. 496.131. 992. So it's 934.4 over 496.131. 1.88. 0.53, and which is like a square root of 2 that I recognize. .53 though. If we take 1440 over 768, 1.88. 1920 over 1024, 1.88. So one of these is not getting scaled. Oh. No. That should be getting scaled down. Hmm. That should be close enough. Let's see. What are we doing here? Hmm. So it's off by the amount that the scene is scaled by. These are in pixel space. Temp width, temp height. Hmm. Width, temp height. Scaled. Okay. Boom. Bottom panel size. Once we scale it down. Is there an off by 2 factor somewhere? This bottom panel size, there's no way, right? If we go to bottom panel, yeah, width and height are 876 and 100. Hmm. All the other UVs are correct because they're displaying correctly. We aren't using those to derive, except for the books, which are also off by a factor of about 1.875. Let's see here. What it used to be. So if we go to hmm. So where's that error coming from? Just out of curiosity these days, let's this layer is 876 by 100. Agree. Then that is not 876. And when we scale it down, it is not a thing. If we had 876 divided by 1.875, we would get the 4672. Oh, we need the wall thickness offset. This 100 is fine. So the height of it, I think, is correct. It's only the x coordinate that's way off. So why is the width so wrong? Oh. 10 width, 10 height, and we scale them both respectively. Um, hmm. Well. What if we go to big size? So this number should be the same. That does come across without scaling. And that width is double. Well, 1.875 bigger. So somewhere our width from the UV is being calculated wrong. Get UV size. Height is correct. We get the width, we get the height, we get the UVs. The width equals image width times our UVs. Why is it not a factor? Didn't get it. See here. Temp width, temp height. Whereupon this is correct and this is off by a factor of our scaling. Well, off by 1.875. Confusion. Let's rerun the whole shoot and match just in case. So I'm not seeing where that factor is coming in. Oh, I thought I removed that. I did. Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Hmm. I can't think of a reason for those numbers to come in incorrectly. So it says 1752. It'll take a minute to reload that. But yeah, basically all of our books are way too wide. So the UVs. Scene elements 1. Oh dear. Okay. No. Let's see. Maybe I don't know why it's struggling for. There's only like a million lines of code in this thing. So elements 2 is a square, elements 1 is tall and skinny. I would tend to agree with that assessment. Dum dum dum. Start index 1. And there are 15 of them. Oh, well, no. So we get our UV, we cast it to an integer. In this case, we're throwing um, we go. Scene elements 1. So if I get like a 6. So that looks normal. Well, our start index is less than the current index. Then we get the width and the height. Get our UVs. Is it not UVs 2, UVs 1? Did I do something wrong? I really don't want to do a div. UV U1 minus U0. So 2 minus 0. So it's bottom panel. So we know it's 0.855, the width of our image, which was 1024. So we take 1024 times 0.855. That's 875. That's the width. And U1, which is 2 minus U0, which is 0, is 0.855 minus 0, 876. Should be 876, 875, 876. I also think I'm starting to not fall asleep, but you know, feel a little drowsy here. So why? It was off by a factor of 2. I could see some things being true. Hit UV size. We're gonna cheat. Oh, okay. Let's do a little bit of printing. Does this have it? Does. Okay. This big file is gonna be a little bit painful to work with. Only 100 some megabytes. This should not be so hard. 1,000,000 lines of text. Most of which is actually very, very dense text. Okay, wow, that was painful. Okay. Now we wait for it to catch up. Reminds me of my first job. Fresh out of college. I was working away. There were certain operations that just took so long that I actually just wrote a script. And when I come in the morning and boot up, that script would auto run. It would check out the git commit, it would run the build, and launch the program. And then I would go get my. I was drinking a lot of hot chocolate back then in the mornings. It was cold. Got my hot chocolate. And by the time I got back to my desk, it was about done. And I mentioned that my computer was a little slow, but nothing happened until one day not my manager, somebody on level with my manager and then my skip manager were in my office asking me some questions. And I was like, oh, here, let me look that up. And I sat down. I had just a console open, like almost nothing else. And I started typing the commands that I needed to get the answer they wanted. Click, 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 click. And then we waited for about 15 seconds. And then the text went and appeared. And then I could hit enter. And they're like, oh. That slow. I got a new computer pretty quickly after that. Oh, come on. Yeah, Emacs is not great with large files. It's one of the reasons I'm not thinking about writing my own text editor, but this kind of moment is exactly why I would consider writing my own text editor. Yeah. This is dumb. This should not be a problem. All right, we're gonna save. That's gonna take a minute. And it's not that the problems of large files are trivial, but I suspect that the way that they are doing things is actually basically pre-hindering themselves. Oh my gosh, come on. Sadly, it might be faster for me to go write this in the embed PNGs, which generates this file, instead of hacking around this file. Isn't that terrible? All right, we'll save. We're gonna just kill it. What is it? Casey Muratori has a term for it. He doesn't worry too much about optimization until later. He calls it, what is it? Pessimization? Basically, instead of just doing the first thing that comes to mind, he says, what is the worst thing this could do to my performance? And instead of doing that, he Tries to find something that doesn't prevent him from optimizing his performance later. Kill buffer. Okay, so that should help a lot. And I suspect that's what's happened here. So log note modulus s dot get uv size of something and something, parentheses, thing, semicolon, etc. Okay. There are these names of things that we do somewhere. Yikes. UV names. And I think asset names, is that? Index to key map? Okay, so we do get UV size right here. Next to key map of our asset index and our UV names of our UV index. Okay. Then we should know our width and our height. Image size. Image width. Image height. Let's just see what that does. Okay. Compile. Build. Target equal. Embed. PNGs. Oh, let's see. Okay. Oh, hey Pat. Doom Emacs has a lot of useless plugins. Yeah, I'm running a very, very vanilla Emacs for Windows. This is basically GNU Emacs for Windows. Doom Emacs. Doom Emacs. Yeah, it has a lot of fluff and crap in it. But if it's faster, maybe I can remove the extra junk. Ooh. Which is sad. I have to say that for a 30, 40-year-old tool. Isn't that ridiculous? Yeah, what's up? We're just trying to lay out the bookshelf, but oh, of course I screwed that up. Dang it. Debug. For some reason, so we're using our UV coordinates to compute a width and a height for an image where we set the UV. And the width is coming in at 1.875 of the width that we expect. So we're trying to figure out that. So like all of our books are way too wide. And that's what's up. I screwed up something. I'm not sure what yet. It's not obvious to me where that factor is introduced in the code. I know what the factor means, but I don't know why that factor appears and where it appears. All right. So, excuse me? What? Active projects, word sleeve, GDB args. It's quitting. Why? Why is it quitting? Oh, and then it just runs. There it crashes. GDB -- args. Quit. What? Let's kill my shell. Let's get a new shell up. Maybe my shell is doing something weird. Source builds debug. Now it's running. Okay. Boom, it blows up segfault in a string length. Oh. The backtrace is where I'm trying to log out to get UV size. Oh. Okay. What about that? Build target equals embed PNGs. So basically, we had a modulus S where we didn't expect one. And there we go. I don't have the Emacs experience to vet the Doom version. The third latest iteration comes without most of the plugins and tries to be as close to vanilla as possible. Really? That's a departure from the Doom Emacs philosophies I last heard, where it had the kitchen sink. Same defaults, that makes sense. Hmm. 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 I don't know, I have to look at it then. If they've trimmed it down, that would be good. Pat has Emacs in Ming W environment. It was bloated AF the last time I looked. Yeah. I don't know if they've changed their philosophy. That might be a big win. I'm not not looking for something bloated. I want something fast and lean. Oh, for Pete's sake. Oh, good heavens. You know what? Let's just keep this simple. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think the last time I looked into Doom Emacs at all was probably 2 years ago. My Emacs version is very out of date. I got one that worked reasonably well, and I don't update until there's a reason to. Same with all my software. I like to install something and leave it alone. I do not like automatically force feeding me the latest versions. I hate it. I hate it when Chrome does it. I hate it when Windows does it. So all my stuff is a little out of date. Basically, from when I set up my machine the first time, I try to leave it as unchanged as possible. Okay. Sandbox. Why is it getting a string length error here? So it wasn't because we were passing a string at all. warehouse. Yes, I know it's a big file. Maybe we delete some things. We can get rid of the sprite testing stuff. That was the output. This is update. What is going on here? Oh. Oh. We want our code to show up. We actually have to call it. Sheesh. Which actually means it probably would have worked. Modulus S. UV names and identity key map. I think I was dozing off there for a second, so a lot of things are easier after you've woken up. Okay, so that's done. Clean and debug. I should be training my muscle memory to use the F6. Maybe F12. Fiddling. F6 is not automatic for me. F12 I think I could train. Maybe we'll change it to F12. Okay. Woo! But isn't that something the compiler could start catching? Like, it's warned me before about, format expects of this, but you don't have that. But it's not reporting that here. So I don't know what the conditions are for it to catch those kinds of errors. We expected a float, but you have an integer a little bit. I just said string, and it's like, I got no parameters. What do you want me to do? Which doesn't make any sense to me, but who am I to judge, right? Run. Okay. So image warehouse, get UV size. Are we really getting UV size every time? So we got 4 books. The image size of those books is wrong, and this one is wrong. Okay, so we have to make a small change then. Okay, so I bet that's the problem. In here. Oh, no, can't do that. So we need to back off 1. Because what's happening here, I think, is image warehouse dot edit. It starts at 0. Then it advances to this one, but it should back off 1 after it finds it's past the range. I think that's the easiest. We could do more complicated range check here, but we know the UV keys are valid. We know that we've got correct valid offsets and counts. So I think counting till we've gone past it, then backing up 1 is easiest. Okay. Okay. We embed our images with the new code. And that was probably a 30-minute diversion that we didn't need to have. Ugh. So tonight I cannot work past 5, so I got about 2 hours left. Expecting a visitor at around 5:30. And then tomorrow, compiler day, will be a short day. I've got to go camping, so I'll probably bomb off about 3-ish tomorrow. So not this time tomorrow. For those looking to plan, and that's going to be a very cold camping trip. It's gotten cold around here. Hopefully it's not too cold tomorrow. Okay. Okay, now that width looks correct, but the bottom panel isn't showing up because probably we're not rendering it. So size is right. Okay. Got the back panel, we set the color, we set the rectangle, etc. We've set this thing up. Oh, in theory we are rendering it. And in theory we're rendering it on top of the back panel. So where is it? That should be somewhere. Oh, and actually one of these logs we didn't hold back. Width from UV. Width from const. Okay. Y minus the, oh, plus that minus that. There we go. How about that? Makes a big difference. I'd like to know how far apart those two calculations are. It's supposed to be warmer but wetter tomorrow. Oh, perfect. Of course it is. Hey, there's the bottom panel. Oh my gosh. Okay, that was way more painful than it should have been. But we're done. We're in. We're good. Except we want the temp width. Oh, width from UV, width from const is the shelf width, so it's fine. And our X plus shelf wall thickness. Okay. Now we're picking with Pisco. Well, I'm gonna put my kids out in tents, and then maybe I'll see if Grandma and Grandpa will let me sleep on their floor or something. I'm getting too old to suffer. I don't deserve this. Okay, that looks pretty good. All right, let's get the left panel done. And I think the left panel, let's see, the top panel is probably the last one. And the right panel. Okay. So fine with all that. Wise. Are you planning on staying for the whole camp out GTL, or were you just thinking of dropping in for dinner, or what was your plan? Drop off Kenny and um the top and the right panels are the last things to go on. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna start at shelf X, no modifications. Shelf Y plus shelf extrude height plus shelf top thickness. Left panel, temp width, temp height, and Bob is indeed your uncle. Well, super close to your uncle. Almost like an uncle. If I could use a semicolon instead of a comma. Okay. Boom. And, well, I think I know what happened. That's what happened. We were so close. Polly, okay, I'm planning to drop in for dinner, help cook, sleep at home. Yeah. Okay. Sounds like a plan. Although I do want to know where that left panel. Oh, am I not rendering it? I thought I said render. Of course I didn't. That would be me keeping track of all the details. Okay. Okay. Yeah, something about the fourth siblings wanting to go camping and stuff. Hmm. That is considerably lower and shorter than I would have expected. Hmm. Um. Like the whole thing has to move. Oh. The bottom panel I don't think is in the right location. Shelf Y plus shelf extrude height. I think it's the bottom panel that's off, not the top panel. Or the left panel. Hmm. Okay. So where the shelf is plus the wall thickness should move. And that is, I think, correct. So shelf Y, that's the top of the shelf, plus the amount that come down the extrude. Shelf height. I think the height is the full height. was vertical offset? Or we were laying out shelf before. Oh. Hmm. XY width and height. Hmm. The x coordinates, I believe, are correct. How bad does rain have to be before your plans change? Oh, jeez. Is it gonna rain? Oh gosh. Oh, it's not that high of a chance of rain. 25% on Tuesday, Friday? Friday afternoon, about the time I'm ready to roll up to set up. 25% for an hour is not, yeah, that's not enough to scare me away yet, especially since I don't plan on sleeping outside. I'll just do a build. I feel like my brain is just a little bit off today, like things just aren't quite connecting. Okay, so this left panel now looks correct, but that bottom panel does not. I think it needs to render the other direction. In the render, left, then bottom. Off to an appointment. Talk to you tonight. Sounds good. Have fun at your appointment. Hmm. I have laid this out before in Inkscape. Why is this not lining up? And if I throw the top or right panels on, it's not going to look right either, is it? Well, let's just try it real quick. Panel. Unclear. We're basically trying to figure out our pixel perfect layout for all our elements. So when we do our final art, we know exactly what pixels we have to play with. And I'm finding that to be probably not the kinds of problem I'm the best at solving. We do it in kind of a mathematical fashion rather than an artistic one. That's what you get if you don't have money to hire real artists. You gotta make it, fake it somehow. Okay. So this is for the right panel. This is for the top panel. Okay. The right panel is that shelf X plus shelf width minus the width of this top panel, or right panel. The height, or the Y, is the same as the left panel. Width, temp, height. Meanwhile, the top panel, interestingly, should start at shelf X, shelf Y, temp width, temp height. In theory. Okay. Let's remove this line for now, even though we're not going to rebuild anything for now, but we will eventually. So many of my textures came in perfectly and just worked. This bookshelf is being a pill. There's that one pixel off error there. there's this height discrepancy, so maybe we put the top back off in terms of render. Not that one. Just stop rendering the top. Oops. But the right one seems to be working okay. I really don't know why that is a different height. So let me look at Gimp. They are actually different heights. Why are they different heights? Do I need to re-export the right panel from Inkscape? I think I do. Oh, okay, well, if I'm gonna do that, I need a snack run. So I need to do something besides chew gum here. So snack run. I'll be back in a minute after I warm up some jalapeno poppers, and we will fix the right panel and then look at the top panel. So be back soon. Okay, here we go. So looking at Gimp, I can see that the left shelf is a little bit shorter than the right shelf. I don't know why. So if we go look at our layout script for the bookshelf, bottom panel, left panel, and right panel, X, Y, width, and height. So these should be the same exact dimensions, which maybe means that I never ran this. Possibility one. $980. 994. Yeah, they are different heights inside of this thing. Okay, so let's go re-export just the just the left panel, right? Just left panel. Don't care about any of that. All right, so we quit this. We go into tools / layout math. And we want to do shelf. We're going to dump that into temp.py. So we got all our boilerplate, and then left panel, generate, and delete it. Sure. All right, so I need to get Inkscape up. So let's change things up a little bit. Here's Gimp, but we need Inkscape. So we're using Inkscape to do our vector graphics, which means we can kind of lay things out mathematically, and it'll just work. So Inkscape, whoa, that's huge. A little unnecessary, I think. All right, filters. Oh, what was it called? Render, extensions, render, Inkscape scripting. There's the file, temp.py. Run it. That's interesting. So this is X, Y, width, height. Then depth before Oh. Is this the difference in? I think that is okay. In that case, never mind. I think Gimp then is correct. And their heights will not be the same. So the left panel plus shelf height minus our temporary height. The top edges don't have to line the front corner. Oh, oops. The front corners have to align. So this should align with that. And this does not actually go as deep. I think that's correct. That aligns. That mostly aligns. There's a little bit of, there's a pixel imperfection here. Can we, let's see here. Let's see math round. Maybe if we round instead of truncate, that pink thing would not appear. Okay. I think I have C math imported already. Yeah, there's math. Um, embed PNGs. Get UV size. Those are floats. Therefore, we round. I think. Embed PNG. Hmm. Okay. Okay. and rand are not the same thing. Round is defined in CMath since C99. Oh, wow. Oh. But I'll bet in our header, we don't have CMath. In here, so that should work better, maybe. Okay. Okay. Rounding didn't seem to help. We still got that pixel there. Okay, well, now if we throw the top on, shelf X and Y, our width and our height. Possibility number one. We gave it the wrong image data. Yep, right panel. There we go. That should fix it. This should look less stupid. There we go. Right and top are only thrown on after all the books are drawn. Hmm. Okay, so now we're getting the clipping that we wanted of these books. At least on these edges. We need the middle panel, but we have to draw up the even and then the odd bookshelf things. So that's fun. This equals 2. Then we do the shell, the center panel. And we go from 1 to 4 by 2s. There'll have to be some shelf magic here. Okay, so let's get the center panel in. I think that's the next piece. All right. Okay, the center panel. Lives in an interesting spot. About there, I think. Now, shelf Y. What's the shelf height minus the shelf bottom thickness? So, top of shelf to the bottom of the shelf, up the amount to the bottom is thick, and minus our temporary height to line the bottom edge with that line. Temp width. Wow, okay. There we go. Temp height. All right. Okay. So we drew the wrong column first. In our render. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. There. Now we just need to fit the shelf itself. And there are like these little tiny 1 pixel errors. And if we go huge, is our layout about the same? Yep. Some of this is like alpha channel stuff that Inkscape is doing to us. Like that is not an error, it's just alpha pixels. Maybe the same thing is happening on these seams, so when we do the real art, that won't be a problem. Hopefully that's the case. If our alignment is off by 1 pixel somewhere, that's more inconvenient, but our bookcase and our books are now lining up pretty well. Shelves. Shelves is the next hard part. And there are a lot of shelves. Do I remember how many shelves there are? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9. I think there are 9. Well, 18. So here, where we said shelf, it's actually 18 of them. Okay, 4 index 0 index less than 18 plus index. Index dot set texture elements 1. Let's see here. Texture quad. And now each each shelf needs an X and a Y offset from somewhere. And we have to do a little bit of math. Then we'll throw all the shelves on, and then we'll figure out the ordering. So you have to interleave with a few things. So this is shelf X plus shelf wall thickness. Shelf X1 equals shelf X0 plus shelf opening width plus shelf thickness, because the center divider is the shelf thickness. In theory. Then we need a shelf y. The books. Where are the books? Books. Book sets. We start somewhere. And then we move down. So the shelves should start at the top and move down. That's my new theory. Okay. Shelf width and height are this. Shelf point set rectangle. X is index modulus 2 question mark. So if it's 1, we want shelf x1. Otherwise, we want shelf x2. Our y, oof. Y equals shelf y plus the shelf extrude height plus the shelf top spacing. Plus temp height. Minus temp. Shelf y temp width height if index greater than 0 and index modulus 2 equals 0. So on the equals 1, if we don't have to check that, then shelf y plus equals shelf opening height, I think. Oof. The odds of this being correct are probably not great. I'm gonna do that here. Shelf dot render. Oof. Oh, self wide. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Remove some memory, so we'll change our layout. We have to do it clean. Oh. The shelves are in the right locations, and the drawings of them shouldn't be too bad in theory. Except we may want to render it from the bottom to the top. We'll figure that out. Redeclaration of shelf Y. Previously declared here. Oh, it is used there. Okay. Okay, okay. The shelves are wrong. Huh. Oh, center panel shelf. Okay. Boom. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hmm. I don't think they need to happen under the books. That's fine. Huh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See, that spacing just doesn't look right. Not to me. Oh. That's the shelf thickness. That might help. That doesn't look like enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I said there was 18. So are we stopping short? Uh, what? Shelf 18. 18. Set our texture, we set our UV, we set our rectangle. Then we rendered. So, oh, maybe plus shelf opening width. That first word. So they're probably being drawn on top of the top plate, the top panel there. Now they're not. Boom. Now we're drawn off the bottom. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What? The height? Y plus the extrude plus the top thickness plus the shelf opening. So this is the top edge of the shelf. This is the front edge of the shelf. This is the bottom of the front top panel. This is the basically where the front top edge of the shelf should appear. You need to move up some amount, but how much is that amount? Shelf Y plus the extrusion plus the top plus the shelf opening. So let's just get this up side by side so we can see it. So shelf Y is this edge here. When we subtract the extrude, we end up at this edge, or adding it, rather, moving down. Then when we add the top thickness, that's this, plus the opening height. That's basically the spacing between the bottom of this edge and the top of this edge. So we're moving from this edge down that same amount. Plus shelf thickness minus temp height. So we're moving from essentially this edge to this edge. We also have to do that and then subtract our total height. And then every shelf, we just move it down the width of one opening plus the thickness of the shelf itself. I think. Huh. What has happened here? Why extrude top? Opening. Oh, why is my y coordinate off by so much? I'm missing something. Shelf Y plus extrude plus thickness of the top plus the opening, which should get me to the front edge of the shelf below, plus the shelf thickness. So that's the where we'd expect it to be. But then we want that to be I just want this position right. Y plus extrude plus the thickness plus the opening. Oh, width. Height. Wow. Yeah. There's a big difference between widths and heights. They're not the same thing. They're not interchangeable. They're not fungible. Hey, okay, so all the shelves are now in the right place, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Perfect. Okay. Now we need to render this column first. This is where the render order is going to get very interesting. Very interesting indeed. So in theory, we draw the books. Shelf. Number 18 minus index gets rendered. I just want to try this. Just see what happens. Hmm. About a half hour. I think we're close. My current plan is also flawed. Dang it. No, no, we can animate these books okay. It won't be quite as cool as I'd planned, but it'll be fine. We'll use a scale factor, I think, relative to the bottom edge of the books. Or something like that. Okay. Huh. Something is dynamic. Vertex buffers, dynamic, blah, blah, blah. Old size, new size. Who is resizing a texture quad? Wait a minute. This was working. Yep, it works. Oh. 17. Then off by 1. When you subtract, you have to not subtract all of them. Okay, well, those are the wrong ones. So that's fun. It may mean that we've laid out those books in a stupid way as well. Okay, so we got them backwards. So we laid out our book sets differently from the way we laid out our shelves. So this shelf went in before this, but this shelf went in after it, which means the odd and even of the books and the shelves is flipped. So where we lay out our books, X. Y, thickness, shelf opening. Image, get our UV, get our size. Equals this thing plus shelf opening width. Now, if index modulus 2, then we take book set x1, otherwise book set x0. That should be a lot more like what we had before. Or like in the other case. So this one, we just need to change that and that. That should make them a little bit more like each other, the shelf and the books on which they sit. Okay, the shelf with respect to the panel ordering is much better. But we draw top to bottom. We need to draw bottom to top. So we need to go from 3 to 0. Oh, no, 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 no. Let's get our books and our shelves in the same order. Okay. Render order is the only way we're going to make this work. Okay, very close now. Except starts at 2 greater than equal to 0. Subtract 2. I'm going to start at 3 greater than equal to 0 and subtract 2. We want to move up. Oh, there we go. The books are now laid out on the bookshelf. Except for this one, I think the offset here is a little bit off. It needs to be scooched over, but the tops of the books are being clipped. The shelf is full. Looks pretty good. Let's figure out what's wrong with the books. Plus the shelf opening, plus the shelf thickness. We weren't taking into account this width here. Oh, I think we've got it. Or at least the theory behind it. Hey, now the books are all clipping and look better aligned. Good. Oh, hallelujah. Now, there's actually up to as many as 10 books. So, book sets. 10. plus index modulus 4. We only have 4 textures. So we're going from 8 down. We're going from 9 down. Oh, this is gonna fail, but that's okay. Where are we at? Ooh, okay. I think we might have this. We have to do it clean because we changed the number of elements in that array in our header. And for some reason, GCC doesn't pick up header changes well when it's recompiling an object file. Then everything is misaligned in memory, and I get weird crashes. Oh. Then we'll have to do all the lower shelves. That's not difficult, I think. Right, might be okay on priority A. There, now we just have to draw these last few shelves. That's it. Okay. Eight. We have 18, so 16 down to something. 10. 8? 8 or 10? I don't know. It's basically something like this. Oh. $17. I think that should just about do it. Oh. Actually, we can be a little bit more clever about how we write that, just to eat up less space, but it's fine. Hallelujah. We got the bookshelf done. Again, there are some alpha channel issues, maybe 1 pixel off alignment issue when we do the final art. Those will disappear, but the dimensions of everything are correct, and they do seem to align. So, oh, except, I still don't know why this lunch, the center of N should be over this vertical here. We should look into that real quick. Okay. Do we want to be more clever? I think a double loop is fine before now. Okay. I think those are now outputted from there. We are doing that. Those are all nice things. That's a thing I don't like. Okay. Just seeing what we've got. For sandbox scene, m_current guest tiles. Okay, the shelf has an X. We go forward half the shelf's width. We come back. Five block faces plus 4 block spacings divided by 2. Five face widths. Block spacings times 4. There's 4 little blanks in between each block. Yeah, I don't know where that is going to. I don't know why. Shelf X equals basically half a block base. I don't like doing that. I don't want to do that. Oh, that didn't even move it near as much as it should have. Interesting. Huh. With block height. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, well, I think we take that as a win right there. Let's go to embed PNG file just to make sure we have everything clean and before we check it in. And then rebuild, clean debug. Make sure we got no warnings, no errors. Everything is fresh and clean. Then we get to commit this. The bookshelf layout is about done. There we go. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So for animation, I was in the game dropping books down from the top. That won't look good now. Could fly them up from the bottom, or can fly them in from the left. We cannot fly in from the right because of the way that the isometric is pointed. Still, not bad, not bad. I've got about 10 more minutes. But this, for a layout, is not bad. Settings, let's go to the small version and make sure it's scaled properly. Yeah, that still reads okay, I think. We're doing a lot more draws with that. Instead of one bookshelf, it's now like 20, it's 18 plus 5, 6. 18 plus 6 draw calls. So yeah, instead of about 50, we're sitting at closer to 70 draw calls. Okay, cool. Phew, not bad. So, is that everything we need to start putting things back in the game scene? Like this just looks even worse now, doesn't it? I may change the color of the table a little bit. I don't like the red on the other one. Anyway. Okay. Mint. Why is accept guest being logged? Wow. I guess we just forgot to move that one. Okay. Oops. Nope. S is in no H, no T. Oh, okay. BD. What's B or Y? But it's a Y. It's not Y, it is B. Curious. I guess that's makes sense, I guess. Scaling accounted for? It is. So if we go to settings, I'm on this small size, and well, let's take a look. Let's go to this view, so you can see how small this window is. It's really not very big. And in sandbox, everything looks about like that. And then if we go back to settings and we make it huge, relatively, it still lays out okay. So everything's scaled okay. Our main issues are Inkscape along edges has like alpha pixels, like right here in this corner along these edges. So the final art will have to fix that, but this is good enough for layout. So yes, everything scales with our screen resolution. Not too shabby. And our executable is probably huge now. So let's do journal. We did get that. Bookshelf is now built. From components in a render order that correctly covers the books on the shelf. In sandbox. Oh, finally. Okay. Images, layout, scene elements 1. Scene elements 1. Document. Source game scene. Oops. Image warehouse is getting rather unwieldy. Sandbox scene. Bed and layout. And there's nothing else here I particularly want to commit, so that's good. All right, commit gem. Bookshelf now rendered piecewise in a very specific order. Boom. Okay, so I think where we're at. Whoops. Is we are ready to do the following. Compile, clean release. So we're going to do a release build. We'll measure how big the release build is with all these new images, image data in it. Our lines of code changed this week will not measure very much because we were almost entirely in the asset pipeline, which is not measured code. So our code productivity is going to look very low. Now shadows. Yes. Yes, we will have to fake some shadows eventually. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. I suppose just with another texture quad rendered behind it. Because there's no 3D data for me to do any kind of dynamic shadow casting. All right, let's take a look at source, build, release. Ooh, 40 megabytes. That hurts. Gonna break our budget. Ouch. Okay, and lastly, not lastly, but we're gonna run it. Go play. I don't see any performance concerns popping up for me. 2200. This does not use our new art assets, but Yeah, around 2200. Yeah, around 22. Okay. So performance-wise, still looking good in there. It's going to drop quite a lot when we move our new art assets in. We already saw that that sandbox scene runs a bit slower. In fact, why don't we just go ahead and run that real quick? So, oh, we don't have sandbox scene in this view. Never mind. Okay. Add the journal. Oh wait, the other thing we want to do. Git log dash n1. This is our commit at the end of the week. Metrics in weekly. Set our new weekend. Week 14. The hash for the week is this. I'll fill in some times later. Comment. Yeah, mostly the same comment as last week. All right. Okay, and now we can go look at our code metrics. In word sleuth. Okay, fine, whatever. Update the weekly analysis. What? Oh. I don't really need any of these. Images, book set, book, shelf, bottom panel. We can always regenerate them if we need to. There we go. There, now, summarize my weekly performance. Yeah, the hours are way off, but yeah, our lines of code, what? We have touched way more than 22 lines of code. I suspect there's something wrong. I don't know what. I'm not going to fix it right now. 5 o'clock. I got to get going. So thanks for hanging out. Thanks for dropping in. Oh, shaking and crying. How's it going? Howdy, howdy. Welcome aboard. We were just wrapping up looking at our code metrics, which don't make any sense. So I have an error somewhere. Looks like I dropped in at the end of the stream. Yep, we're just wrapping up our week. We do Monday through Thursday game development with no game engine. We're in like the polishing phase where we're now laying out things pixel perfect before we do the final art. And then Friday we do compilers. So tomorrow will be a short stream, like a 3-hour stream, but compilers for variety. This looks pretty cool. I mean, I think it's cool, but I think it's pretty niche, niche group. And thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So yeah, if you are interested, check it out. I'm not saying that I'm an expert. I've never done this sort of thing before. I'm just playing around and having fun. I'm happy to answer questions, happy to talk about any topic. Try to catch the stream sometime. Awesome, thanks. I gotta get going. I have a meeting shortly. But yeah, drop in tomorrow. It's compilers day. Compilers from scratch. We're working on a tokenizer generator. Not because it's right, but because I like it. Yeah. So have fun, everybody. Talk to you later. Bye bye.